people in the crowd, but I only see your face in all the lights. And as the bass keep pounding on me, baby, I really wanna make you mine. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes city dancing through the night, but I'm not there. You've got me soaring in the clouds, and as the ocean is surrounding me, baby, I'm sure we lost track of time. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes down.
For Tumnus! ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I am back. I have exercised. I have lifted things from the ground up into the air and then back down again. And then did it a couple more times. You know what I mean? Like an absolute champion. I have eaten my solitary chicken wrap to go with things. And now I'm presented with a puzzle that is apparently incredibly hard, and some people have taken more than 9 hours to solve this. In 2 hours, almost to the minute, the big POE 2 announcement is coming, and we have about that amount of time to do it.
Me, the rat.
Hello. Hello, hello. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. It could be a night stream, I don't know. I'm not sure. I have a light above me because I have an expensive camera looking at this that needs a lot of illumination, so I'm probably going to zoom in our camera to do this. But if you're not aware of what's happening, in a little under 2 hours, POE 2 got delayed, as many people know who've been waiting for Path of Exile 2, as I have. It got delayed, and in 2 hours, there's a very big announcement about POE 2. To celebrate that, Grinding Gear sent some streamer people Valdo's Puzzle Box, an item from the game. But they've been working with, what's the company called? This is a legit, proper puzzle box. This is the full beans. This is not a joke. This thing is extremely difficult. I can't read it in the dark. Oh, that's about a Riot. That's it. Okay, Puzzle Potato. They've been working with Puzzle Potato, who create escape rooms in a box. I have a card. I have a card to go with this. Tag's here! Tag! That statue was ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's right behind me. Annoyingly, Tag. You can just see it here. But we're going to put some... we're going to bathe it in light, is what we're going to do. We're going to bathe it in light so you can see it properly in our background. It is there. So, yeah, this took people hours and hours and hours to solve. That's all I've seen of it. I've not cheated. It's the full mustard beans, this thing. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to turn this on. Prepare for flashbang. Flashbang. I'm going to swap us to here. So you've got quite an illuminated view of what I'm looking at. Yeah, you've got quite an illuminated view. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you don't get completely flashbanged. Yeah, it's... You get, like, quite a close-up of my face, but you won't be, like, super flashbang. It's a rough setup, but it'll do. It'll do. I think you guys can get a good view of what I'm looking at here. So there's some arrows. You can see that clearly, right? You can see that clearly. There's some arrows. So this obviously turns, this mechanism. How do I get it out of the box? It's quite wedged in, and I don't want to damage it. It's made of some little wood. Ugh. It's got a lot of pieces in it. I can hear shaking. Yeah, and maybe there's a release catch. All right, there's some instructions. Let's see what they say. Boop. Okay. Here we go. You guys can see this. Look at this. We're working together. Hints and instructions. Okay, it doesn't tell me how to get it out of the box. Let's see what the tip says. For this puzzle box, we advise using pen and paper. What? Pen and paper to keep track of things. Huh. Power puzzle. Puzzle 1. There's 19 hints for puzzle 1. Puzzle 2 has 12. There's 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this how we get in the box? No, that's already out. Okay, so problem at 1. How do I get it out? Okay, maybe I could just peel this off. And it'll come out that way. Hold on. Yeah, I'll be honest. No, this is the very first time I've ever done a puzzle box. I've always wanted one. I've seen some YouTube videos of people doing puzzle boxes. There's some very elaborate ones. That did not help. That tape was seemingly pointless. I so do not want to damage this getting it out of the box. I can't actually see anything that's holding it in. The box does not open, from what I can see. Come on, baby. I've got to break this damn thing getting it out. Yeah, it's very tight. I'm trying to see what's holding it in. The first puzzle is getting out of the box. It is. Ow. Ouch. I mean, I'm dragging it and it's not coming. Yeah, I might have to destroy the box to get it out. I don't really want to do that, though. It's a lovely box. I like keeping these in the box. Is this brute forcing? Ow. There's no way puzzle number 1 is to get it out of the box. Like, all those things were... Right, we've got a turny dial. We've got a turny dial that is locked. These don't push down. Yeah, I think I have to cut the box. It might be wedged in there. I'm trying to work out why there was tape on the back of it, because it doesn't seem to do anything. I better turn into a mage blood. I don't think so. I think we're going to have to cut the box. Because that is not coming out of there. Like, at all. Like, even if I drag it with my hands. Oh, 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 oh! Ah, hey! Alright. Okay. Alright, we're in. We are in, ladies and gentlemen. Puzzle number 1 solved! I didn't even need 19 hints. Glorious. Glorious. Okay. What are we dealing with? Let's have a look. Alright, we've got some turners on the side with a lock and unlock function. That's currently jammed. That's jammed. Right, there's one on every corner. There's symbols here. A leaf, kilos, and a dead battery. And then we've got some pushes, it looks like. So this looks like a Resident Evil style puzzle. Where we have to maybe find out the combination that makes that work. Do these push in? That one looks like it slides over. There's also an arrow here, so... heavy to light. And then these maybe turn in. You see these arrows that are pointing them in? And then we've got like a slider here with an arrow going to the left. So that's that side. On this side, we've got a scales with a... oh, this comes out. See this? Okay. Let's bear that in mind while we check all the sides. Kilo is greater than a feather. Yeah, right. So we got a piece that pulls out there. Have we got to balance the scales, maybe? There's another arrow pointing this to the left. Oh. Oh. Do all these come out? They do. Okay. Huh. Alright, let's put them back in where they were. Before we completely screwed this up. Oh god, they're like pinging out at me now. Alright, so we got some sort of... maybe we have to balance the scales on this side. And then that'll slide across. And that will okay, I think each side is its own individual puzzle. So if we sort the scales out here, and then slide this piece across, this probably unlocks. I guess. Right, next side. We've got some... couple of slidey things.
Oh no, he's breaking IT.
And then we've got 2, 1, 0, -1 and 2. And there's also like a map here. Negative, plus... that could be a red herring, or it could be something we've got to follow. Because... is this like a... positive? Alright, it's the same symbol repeated. Yeah, it's the same symbol repeated. So maybe we start at a certain number and then it goes like... if you went there, it'd be +1, -1, and so on and so forth. Although they end with the same symbol in multiple locations. So that looks like a mini maths puzzle, probably. We'll see. And then this would move to unlock that one, I guess. And then we've got a clock. Oh, it's a combination lock. Okay. And then we've got 4 potential numbers. So that's probably 4 to the right. Oh, number to the right, number to the left, number to the right, number to the left. And then this would probably unlock something. Does this turn? This doesn't even turn, so I guess this is puzzle later. I think you have to solve a different puzzle to unlock the next one. So I'm guessing that's all. Okay, and we got tops and bottoms as well. Oh, this turns. Okay, we've got a... It says start. Oh! Okay. I press start and this came out with a picture of the scales. Interesting. Which is what we thought we started with, was the scales. I'm not super sure where that came out of. I think it came out of this hole here. Or here. I think it came out of there. Alright, so... And then we've got the top, which is something that turns. Okay, so let's start with the scales. I assume that comes out to put this on. Something like that. There's also 2 slots on either side, which could be for the magnets. I don't see the point in it. Do we have to balance the scales with these? Ah! Okay, there's magnets on these. Huh. Oh, there's icons under each one of these. There's icons under each one. This has got like a 4-sided thing. This has got some very weird shapes. A square. An hourglass. A circle. And a flower. Okay, we got any other clues? Like, does this even need to go on here? These all look to be... I have no idea if these are identical or not, or whether they contribute to different weights. That's looser now. You are correct. The scales are upside down. I wonder if a very specific weight unlocks this. Okay, so look at these things. This thing, the slider is based... Oh! Oh, you can push them back. Okay, there's little grippers in here that you can push back. Huh. And they are linked to whether this moves or not. Do these go back in a different way to push all these backwards? The scales indicate some sort of balance. Don't think so. They got little ball bearings in them. Right, that has a slide in it. Yeah, little grippy boys. You have to imagine with this hole, this does this. But why? What could that possibly do? It can attach these to it. But why? Like, what use is that? It just started. This is the very first puzzle. Yeah, barely anything. We just started. The symbols in the back, or the artwork, is a breathing minotaur thing. To get their weight. I wonder then, do these... I bet these go in a very specific order. Right? They go in a very specific order. And from... So do you think it's lightest to heaviest? Could it be something like that? So we have to work out which is... let's try lightest to heaviest. Let's see if these are ever so slightly different. Doesn't like staying on there, that's for sure. It's just pulling it forward. Let's tilt it back a bit. I mean, they look even. They're not obviously tilting to one side, are they? Got that one there. I mean, these all appear to be of the same weight. I'm not seeing any noticeable difference. No. Like I said, some people have spent many hours on this. Many, many hours. It's a great idea, though. We definitely have to push back these little clips inside. Because they're what's holding this back. It's a very, very cool idea. I mean, for me, that definitely, with this symbol of the scales and stuff, this definitely goes on there with that hole. It would make sense to me that we're supposed to balance these. I heard today people have spent 8 hours on this puzzle box. It's very, very hard. Let's see where we can get to, right? We've got a couple of hours. That's not magnetic. Ideas? I can't feel any tension on these when I put them in. I mean, they get very locked in. Is there a clue elsewhere? They've got these symbols inside. Well, I think everything's supposed to be solvable with the box, right? Does turning this do anything? No, that's like a winder inside. I think I know what the solution is. How do we get to the solution? The solution is to push these back in a very specific way. Which indicates that we put these in a certain order. Let's mess with this for a little second. So let's do a little bit of YOLO play. Are these identical? Let's double check. There could be weights inside that I can't see. They do appear to be the same. Balance the scales. Just put them back in for a sec. It's like quite a little push to put them in all the way. No. Could be different strength magnets. Although the levers are wood. The levers are wood. I'm not going to randomize this. So what else could we use the scale for? They've obviously given us this piece for a reason. What else can we use the scale for? I'm not going to break it. I'd like to pass this on to someone else. Man, it super feels like we should be balancing these or checking their weight or something. But it doesn't seem to be correct. It just tilts forward. It like falls off to do that. The magnet on the end could be for the internal magnets. You see the silver magnet points to pull them back. Does the wood fit into anything else? Potentially. Yeah, so when I take these out, right? These little levers inside, you can see them moving with this. I have got a kitchen weight. But again, I don't really want to cheat. Everything here should be doable with this, I believe. Okay. What else can we do? We've got a very simple scale, but it's all balancing equally from what I can tell. We've got a full Thanos action. Can I see anything happen? Well, it just falls down. Right, it doesn't even balance up straight. I'm influencing it now. No, we're not sure we're missing a piece. Let's investigate some other areas of the box. So we had the button that said start. Let's see if anything else moves or wiggles. Let's do a wiggle check. Okay. There's more references to weight on this thing. Oh, this... It's got some movement.
Just caught up on today's VOD. Almost impressed you fucked up the Rim World run that badly.
That was a series of events that happened in RimWorld today. That was a series of events. Okay. Does this stick come out? The start stick? Whoa! It's flashing. It's green. Does that do anything for me? Okay, we can momentarily give it power. Well, we have the start stick. Does this go in somewhere else? Okay. Oh, it's fully in there now. Uh-oh. Okay, that's where it came from. All right. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's how you can put that back in. That's where that came from. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it could have. I don't think we didn't ruin it. It's fine. That's where that came from. So, yeah, that locks in, and then the start stick drops it out. Okay. I don't think our power thing can do anything. Can I lock this so it can't go back in? If I pull it out max, does anything change? No. Okay, so this doesn't fit in anywhere else. We could give it power. I don't know. That's probably not for looks. It's for something else. You can put your stick in a many hole and you'll get different results each time. It's not a science. It's not a science. It totally makes sense to me that we're supposed to be weighing these things. Wait, can they go... Hang on a minute. Can these slot on in a different way? Ah. They can. Hold on. I was attaching them front on. They can slide on sideways. Hang on. We might have something here. I don't know, man. Oh! Oh! Okay. Heavier? Let's get a thing going. Heavier, lighter. Alright. Let's keep the heavier one on the right. Okay. Even heavier. That's now the heaviest one. We'll call that the mid gang.
Still saddens me that your live shows of In Flames were bad. Attended their show in Stockholm a few weeks ago, my third show. And they've blown my dick off every time.
Yeah, it could be the audio engineer sometimes. It's always tilting that way. Let's just double check something. Is it naturally leaning to one side here? Let's just sanity check what we're doing here. No, we are correct. Okay. Heavier, lighter than that. We'll find out the heaviest and we'll work backwards. We'll work backwards. Might not be the most efficient, but we'll get there. Okay. Still the heaviest. Only just. Only just. Okay. The heaviest. Round 2. Way heavier. Way heavier. Way lighter. This is kind of fun, man. Now the question is, what do we put these in heaviest to lightest? Lightest to heaviest? I don't know. Okay, heavier. Lighter. Not as light as that one, I don't think. I think we might have the second heaviest here. Balance to confirm. Way heavier. Okay, you're super light. Alright. Let's find out which one's the heaviest out of these two. Slight edge to that one. Okay. Very slight edge to that one. Very slight edge to that one. Okay. So. Now what?
This will be my interview questions for new candidates.
Do we think we go lightest to
Salt.
heaviest? Or are we balancing it? So it would be like heaviest and lightest. Move them in. Right? What do you think? What do you think? Let me check our science on this. Let me just make sure we're correct before we like fuck ourselves over. Right. This one should be heavier than the one to the left. It is, only just. Heaviest. Next one. The right one should be the heaviest one. It is. And the right one should be the heaviest one again. In before my table's completely tit-wanked. It is. Okay, just double check myself. Right should be heavier than left. It is. Okay, and right should be heavier than left. Kind of fun, man. It is. Okay. Right. We've got lightest to heaviest. What do we do with this information? What should we do with this information? 4 slots on each side that should be perfectly balanced, I think. You can see these 4 slots here lining up with those. Obviously, there's only 6. The circle. There are symbols inside here. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do and try is balancing both sides, right? So, let's do heaviest, lightest, next heaviest, next lightest. It should be the other way around. I'm going to forget the order here. Yeah. Not that. Okay. Okay. Do we want to balance each half as close as possible? I don't think I mixed the order up. I don't think so. I think we're still good. Quick sanity check. Yeah, we're okay. No, we're fine. Lightest to heaviest. We're good. Lightest to heaviest. We're still good. Yeah, let's see if we've got some clue somewhere as to what it wants from us. Why are you coming out? Interesting. Both rows equal in weight. I mean, we kind of need the numbers there, right? I mean, we're just saying one is heavier than the other one. I don't think the symbols have any meaning. There was some... didn't we see scales earlier on? I saw 2 references to balance. No, I think this is some sort of push. Oh, we saw the... Right. Hey, do you think... I wonder if this is the clue. Heaviest to leaf. Yeah? So right to left. Is this a reference to that puzzle? Could be. Right, I'm gonna go... Let's make sure they're in. Wait, did you pop that out? Spin the wheel of power. No. Yeah, the leaf and the battery have a battery symbol. I'm not sure if that's linked to that. I don't think I've messed up the order. I think I remembered it pretty well. You gotta make me fucking double check this every time now. I'm gonna be pissed off. Let's see. Right should be heavier than the left. You gotta wind me up. Right is heavier than left, correct. Right should be heavier than left. Yes. Right, heavier than left. Hey, you guys get all the love and the joy if I've buggered one of these things up. Yeah. Right heavier than left. We might only have to do one row. I don't know. You'd think you'd use them all, though. Yep. I am right. Screw you guys. Yeah. Those two are pretty even, though. Right? You don't think the heaviest go on the top row? What's your reasoning for that? See, we can see heavier over lighter is marked on this side of the puzzle. I'm going with the diagram they give me for it. Light's heavy, but a question is, do we want to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So there's 2 heavies, then the mid gang, then the light gang? Something like that? Or heavy, like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know? Like that way. Okay, we could try. Let's try a few combinations. We'll have to. It's hard to say exactly what is correct here. Alright, so we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Okay. No movement. Let's give it a spin. No. Okay. Not that then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could it be we only do one row? Let's go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's try that. No. Is this even puzzle 1? Yeah, I believe so. We had to hit a button called... There was a button that's written start, see it? Which gave us the scale. It's the only one that had some movement on it. So yeah, I believe this is puzzle 1. This is the only one that had something accessible, which was this pin coming out. So yeah, I do believe this is puzzle 1. I think we're just stuck on the order that this needs to go in. That's all. Are we getting baited by this symbol of heavy to light? Are we getting baited there? Do we want to go 1, 3, 6? No, 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 6. Let's try that. 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. No. 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. 1, 3, 5 left, 2, 4, 6 right. What, are you looking at like this maybe? Which way would we consider right? I mean, we could try both. Let's put 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. The lightest ones. 4, 5, 6. Nope. Not that. I don't think there's any that are even. I don't think there's any that are even. All of them were slightly different weights. All of them. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty close. But they're not even. Yeah, I mean, it's ever so slightly heavier. But the question is, are they, like, close enough to even that you could put them in pairs, right? So let's try that. 6, 5, 4, 3. 2, 1. No. So that was all the heaviest ones from right to left. Okay. I don't know if we're being baited by this in some way. Yeah, stay tuned. The POE announcement is coming up. That's what's baiting us a little bit. See this? Yeah. Is there markings on these? There's not, right? No. Yeah, weight has to be relevant. I mean, we've basically determined the order to push down these levers inside. Can I give you a good shot of those? You see that little lever at the top? There's one on all of them. You see they've got the little black thing? These push back, which are holding this back. So these got to move in a very specific way. They move independently. So we have to push each of them back in a very specific way to allow this to slide. That's the idea. I don't know what the icons are. We've got an hourglass, a square, a flower, a circle, like a Pokemon thing. Just checking I'm not missing the wood for the trees here. I don't see the symbol anywhere. Number of sides? I don't think so. I mean, you would argue the... yeah, those are magnets inside. The magnets attach these ball bearings to pull them in. Right, to hold them in place. That's what that's for. I just need an order here. That's all I'm after is what is the order. Now, that's our only sort of indication here. I mean, does that mean... Yeah, heaviest to lightest, but there's 2 rows of them. Is there another marking somewhere that's like, it's heaviest to lightest at the top and then something else at the bottom? Because maybe that's it. Huh. Not entirely... I think we've tried that though, haven't we? We've gone 6, 5, 4. Does it need both in? 3. Why are you popping out? Oh, it's counterlevering it. Oh, shit. Yeah, that one's not even sitting with that one in. So there's something definitely wrong there.
Was that 3 and 4 popping? Still think going dice route might be good.
Yeah, for sure. Let's remember we did this. Well, that obviously should not happen. So... yeah. None of the other ones push one out. The popping might be a hint. Maybe. Oh, it just means that we've got one in the wrong way. I'm totally fucking lost as to which one goes where now. Which one's 5? I think the popping is because it's pushing them both too far down. And that can't happen in order to unlock. Is popping correct? I mean, I highly doubt it. I think they all probably have to sit in there, but I don't know. I don't know that for sure. I don't know that. Yeah, that one grips like a bitch. And that one can't even go down when that's like that. Yeah, I've definitely lost the which one's lightest to shortest here by doing this. It does not pop when they are reversed. Yeah, it doesn't do it when they're reversed. There are hints, but we're not looking at them yet. This is 6 and 5. No, it's not. Right, they don't pop at all.
Message for you, son.
You almost helped with engagement. Now we have the keys for our first house. When you helping decorate?
Glorious, glorious. Hang on, we need to check our numbers here. Okay, is it about matching them up? It's not about what one of them looks like at the base, because like an hourglass would look like a circle at the base, wouldn't it? I need to check my weights real quick. Oh, I've definitely fucked this up now. That one's heavier than that one. Shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's because I legitimately failed, and no other reason. Okay, so that was the only one I fucked up. Please. Is it wrong if I write on these? I know it's my box, but I feel like this is something you pass on to people. And I don't really want to, like, scribble the answers all over it. Do you know what I mean?
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
You get what I'm saying? Like, that one is way heavier than that one. Like, okay, there's a differential in weight that's quite severe. Okay, we just fucked up those ones. Alright, that's fine. And those two should be... Alright, we're back in the correct order. Alright, they're back in the correct order. What else can we do order-wise here? The symbols, what can we do? Like, the bottom of an hourglass would be a circle at the bottom. Well, that doesn't marry up with any of these. Let's make that work. Can you put two in the same size to see... Oh, I see what you're saying. Alright, let's try that. I like your idea. Right, do 6 and 1 balance. No, 6 and 1 obviously wouldn't balance. Yeah, that'd be stupid. No two of these will balance out. It's not possible, right? And I can't put multiple on to try and balance it out. We've tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have tried that. That's 1, 2, 3. Right, I think the pop is maybe progress that we got.
And tumble into glory.
Right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hi Mike, the Cenobites here. Can you please open the box so we can come? Chatterer is getting very antsy.
Yeah, I tried 654 as well. Yeah, nothing. That's 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4. Maybe it's reversed. This is 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4. Three, 2, 1. 4, 5, 6. No. The math puzzle's coming up, I think. Oh shit, what did I do here? 4, 5, 6, right? Yeah. I think we tried that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nothing. Not that. Yeah, we've looked at the symbols. There's no reference that I can seemingly see to the symbols elsewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It must be so gentle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't mix up the weights.
Mike, Michael, Mikey, hello, Mike. Are we sure we didn't mix up the weights?
Yeah, we tried balancing both sides, yeah. Just testing how much it should be moving. Because they counter-lever each other, right? They have to be in a very specific way. I'm not feeling any movement, actually. Maybe it does need to be powered. Yeah, we don't know if that is an actual clue, though. I mean, it's on a different side of the puzzle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're fine now. Yeah. See how close these two are? I mean, they're crazy close. Crazy close. 6 and 5 are crazy close, but 4 and 3, etc. are like miles different. Oh, I think this has to be really exact. I couldn't even get it to move by giving it the old wiggle fingers.
Hello, Preach. It's me.
Yeah, we're in the right step.
Hi Mike, it's me Andy. from the back seat. Have you tried solving it? If
I
you
have.
solved it, it may be easier to open.
I mean, this has got to be incredibly delicate. As long as it only tilts one way, doesn't matter how far. I think it does. Well, we're not breaking it. We're gonna figure it out. I'd like to do it without hints, but this is tough. Okay. Fresh eyes, guys. So I think what will happen is this will push over and it'll unlock this side, which will unlock the other puzzles. Right now, these are kind of locked off to me. From what I can tell, this doesn't move at all. These don't move. They don't push up and down. The clock is fixed in place. There's a little slider there that's not doing anything yet. And these are all locked as well. So I think we have to do puzzle 1 to move on to puzzle 2 and so on and so forth. We've got a winder here to give it power. The symbols are a flower thing, a circle, hourglass, square. Don't know what that is. That's why I was wondering if this is the base shape of something else that we could marry up. So we can match. If this thing isn't delicate, I can't believe I can't move it like this. Unless the magnets also need to be in place because they're moving something else. That's entirely possible. Because I'm just giving these the old wiggle fingers. If the symbols are how much things weigh IRL, how much does a square weigh? Yeah, I thought about whether it matches sides, but that doesn't add up either. Like the circle with like the 4 little rounded squares coming off it. That's a lot more size. Yeah, how much does an hourglass weigh? Exactly. This is Valdo's puzzle box from POE. Grinding Gear sent it to me. And they're having a good time laughing at us. Okay. It's got to be about balance. This whole thing's about balance and weights. So it would make sense that it's 6 and 1, 5 and 2, and 3 and 4. Right? That would totally make sense. Now, are we balancing this side or that? It's got to be this side. 6 and 1. Wait, does that cause a pop? 6 and 1. Yeah, we have tried this. Maybe we have to balance both. So 5 would go down here. 2 would go up here. And that causes the bounce. It didn't. 6, 1, 5, 2. And then 4, 3 here. Nothing. Hmm. 6, 1, 5, 2. And then I did 3 and 4. Number of symmetries? The circle isn't even a perfect circle. It's like more like a Pokeball. Maybe it's a lore thing? I fucking hope not. There's like 3 people in the world who know what PoE's lore is. And I've met one of them. There was a big monster that came and like attacked the people, and the demons came, and then Katava was there. Glorious. Right, this looks more like a maths puzzle. I think we have to follow the leader to certain answers there. That's what I thought. Like, circle equals 1 makes sense. Square 4 makes sense. I mean, we're calling them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for our reference of what they are. But that doesn't add up. Can you see inside if I tilt it? Right, there's the symbols. You see them? I think that's going to be a pretty good angle of the symbols. They're not exactly the sides, right? You see it? A bit closer. Hold up. Hold. I'd have titsed it up. There you go. Yeah, there you go. The symbols aren't... Those are definitely symbols of something. Are we getting baited by this scale? Is this maybe not referring to anything? No, the symbols don't appear anywhere else in the box that I can see. Like, I'm trying to make it easy for myself and just like look for an hourglass or a little Pokeball thing, but I'm not seeing that either. Yeah, it says heaviest to lightest here. I was hoping it would say something different elsewhere, but it does not. Yeah, we've counted the corners of the symbols, but like, even the circular one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Can't play POE 2 until we solve it. We can do this without hints. Come on, we're a bunch of gaming fucking nerds, right? We're a bunch of geeks who solve puzzles every day. We've got 6 pieces of wood that all weigh a different amount that we've had to weigh out using a scale. So what else is there? Because this thing does not want to move. So I assume the magnets have to be in place. Because even with some gentle fingering, which I'm very good at. Now, the wheels on the side, I have a picture of a lock symbol.
Damn, still working the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, I did not solve this puzzle in an hour, no. I believe the average time is 5 to 6 hours to solve this thing. It's pretty tough. Have you ordered each piece by weight? Yes, we have. So they're going from left to right in order. Yeah? Lightest to heaviest. Over here. We've tried that. Let's try the reverse order. So let's go like this. 6, 1. Just gotta keep giving it a jiggle as we move here. 6, 1. And then you would expect, of course, 5, 2. Now, do we have to reverse them is the other question. So 6, 1, 5, 2. Does that matter? I don't know. 5, 2. We'll swap them if needs be. 4, 3. I don't know whether it has to be powered to open. No. Right, swap these. And that causes this effect. See the way this one pops out? Right, it's not doing that. Annoying. Let's reverse them. I'm going to forget the order, but I believe it is 6, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, I think. Nope. Right, these are paired up. Swap the middles. I've definitely forgotten which goes where at this point, but... Nothing. Nothing. I believe it is 6, 1, 2, 5. I'll check this in a second. I believe that's what it is, but definitely a risk of messing it up doing what we just did. You think pop was a good sign? I think it uses both, but I mean, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. It does bother me that the weights are clearly so different now. Powerful, legendary.
Clown.
That's correct.
Po devs, we hope you had a lot of fun with the puzzle box. Puzzle 5 was our favorite. Wait, what do you mean you didn't get to puzzle 5?
All the fun is about getting it correct. Okay, we are in the correct order again. Alright, so we are good. Look for these symbols. I mean, I have looked. I mean, I'll show you to the camera so you can see. So we've got these symbols here, which are the combination to turn it, right? We've got this dragon artwork. Then we've got this sort of tree we have to follow. None of the symbols that appear underneath the things appear on here. This looks like we have to get the code. Just a combination lock type deal. Then we've got our little symbol friends here. These 8 slices, do they mean something? Could they be more representative? Maybe? Possibly? Like, would you say that hourglass is time, for example, right? We've got the clock. Hourglass time. Then what else? And how does that equate to the weights? Like, what are you basing as being number 1? We've done equal weight between parts. We've done that both ways. You need to find the symbols. I'm not finding any symbols. I'm looking. I'm looking. I mean, this. I don't even know if this is bait. It seems relevant. Well, anybody who doesn't know the answer could chip in. Obviously, this is. It's the whole point, man, of streaming. There are 2 arrows. Okay, interesting enough, there are 2 arrows that are etched underneath the clock. I don't think that's relevant to what we're doing right now, but it is there. I mean, maybe I'm being super blind, but I do not see the symbols appearing elsewhere. I mean, there's like a circular wheel piece of art here. It doesn't equate to the actual patterns. I've tried slotting our scale. I can only seemingly find the scale slots back where it came from. It only seems to fit one place. Here. That goes in there and locks with the magnets. Now, I can't imagine we have to put it away in order to solve, right? It doesn't work unless you put the scale away. Right? We're going 6 and 1. 5 and 2. 4 and 3. No. They are all in. If 6 and 1 go in the same row, it doesn't balance. Assuming we're striving for balance. I mean, we could. I mean, there's no way we can. Let's go. Let's try it. 6 and 1. 5 and 2. So you'd think it would then go with 3 top, 4 bottom. We can reverse it. So 6 is there now. Nothing. Yeah, I mean, we've tried a lot of things with balancing. I'm totally lost now. Wait. 6, 1. That is what we did, right? It was. 6, 1, 3. Did we swap 5 and 2 around? That should be 4. Let me double check us on that one. I need my scale back. Where's my start button? Whoa. No. That's 5. Yeah, that's 5. I clicked on the same level. I don't know. I think it's time we looked at a hint team. What do you think? Right, I think we're back in the correct place now. No help. Well, the announcement's in like 50 minutes, and we've still not done puzzle 1. Okay, we are correct now. Yeah, I got no idea either. Alright, let's see what it says. Let's kind of get a view of this. Alright, there's a lot to this. Go on. The goal is to open the box and reveal its content. Firstly, you have to solve a series of puzzles. The aim of the first puzzles will be to unlock all 4 acrylic sliders, so we figured that out. That makes sense. Lastly, you can detach the acrylic lid. Alright. Power. It requires power to reveal all the clues. Can you figure out how to power it? Can you find a big wheel? Okay, that's a pretty clear how to power it. Alright, puzzle 1 hint. Find the word start. We did that. Did the lever release something? Yes, it did. Okay, we did that. What can be weighed? There are 6 keys and 6 keyholes inside C. Pull them out. There's a metal pin that can be pulled out. Try weighing the keys with the weighing device on this pin. Alright. The keys cannot be weighed by attaching them from the front to the weighing, which is what we tried for a while. So we attach them to the side. Alright, solved that. Sort the keys in ascending order from light to heavy. Now you need to find out which key belongs to which keyhole. Can you find the symbols inside the keyhole somewhere else? Also look for shapes. Okay, so it is this. So what are we looking for, team? Yeah, it is symbols, but I can't see what we're supposed to be looking for. Are we wood for the trees in this? Mayhaps. Try and give you guys a view of it. Maybe you guys can see them as well. Yeah, that's the only clue we need. It's something to do with these symbols. Right, let me get the symbols. These are what we're looking for. See them inside? That's what we're looking for. Yeah, could be sides. Yeah, we got hourglass for time. Refocus us. We turn the light off. All I can see is the lock sliders lighting up. Like through the clear plastic. Hold on. I'm meaning to the flash. I mean, it tells us to look for shapes. I mean, hourglass. I get why we're thinking hourglass and time, but nothing else lines up in that fashion. Right, the box appears the same shape. Lever shapes. The levers are all different shapes. Oh, it's fucking correct as well. It's correct. It's the lever shapes. Son of a bitch. It is. That is really awkward to see. We're going to be here for a fucking while if this is the first clue. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is super. Can you guys see it? Let me show you what we're looking at. Do you see the very tops of these levers are the shapes? If you look at it side on. If you look at it side on, these here are the shapes. That's fucking... That is pretty obscure, man. This is not a funny puzzle, dude. All right. Okay. Well, I could safely say I would never have spotted that in a million years. All right, so now we need to figure out which order we put. I'm going to need a notepad. Yeah, oh, of course, stream knew all along. Hold on, we need a notepad here. The lever order is key, yeah. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mike, you love Star Trek, don't you?
I do.
Well, you have to see Star Trek Unification. It's only 7 minutes long, but it's great.
Okay. Right, hourglass is 3. I don't know what to describe these shapes as. Hourglass is 3. The square is 5. No, it's not. The square is 6. Square is 6. Number 1 is the circle. Right, this is the order. Number 1 is the circle. Number 2 is the cross-shaped pattern. So... what are we going to call that? I'm going to call it clover. 2 is clover. Number 4 is stars. We'll call it. And number 5... oh, thank you for the subs. Thank you very much. 4 is what we'll call flower. For the sake of argument, we'll call that flower. Okay, so that's the order that they go in. And then it says lightest to heaviest. So... do we think it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? And these sides have to be balanced. So I don't think it matters too much. I think as long as each half is balanced, it's fine, based on this symbol. Right, see these? They all come together. Okay, you just think it's lightest is leftmost. Alright, so the lightest should be... let's try that then. Lightest should be circle. Next should be the clover. Number 3 is the hourglass. God, I hope this works. Number 4 is the stars. Number 5 is the flower. And number 6 is the square. That ain't it. That ain't it. Right, let's keep these in order. 6, 5. Hourglass is 3. Stars is 4. Circle was 1. Yeah, the lever's on the left. Yeah, I think this is reversed, right? Because they go 1, 2, 3 in a line here. Unless that means... hourglass and clover go together? That's 3 different things we're trying to marry up here, which is going to cause us issues. For sure. Yeah, that's 3 different ordering techniques that don't come out together. Right, do you want hourglass to go... Right, let's... I think these symbols that are inside we can ignore. It's just that 3 is hourglass. Is that the idea? Yeah, I think it's based on this. I think if you turn it that way, that makes more sense. Lightest on the top row. Heaviest on the bottom. But surely this is the order. Middle is light, outside is heavy. Middle... from here? Yeah, I can see the symbol. I don't want to mess us up. Yeah, it has to be balanced, of course. So in this regard, we'd have circle, flower, hourglass. Circle, 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. This is what we did before. Oh, we're not going to focus. It's hard for me to reach it. Good. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, this works out as what we did before, but we've got them in the wrong places. Does that make sense with the weighting? Yeah? Is it possible we just didn't activate it correctly? It would make way more sense if the symbols these married up to were just the order that they go in. The long piece might be needed to be in. Could be. It could be that we did do that wrong. Yeah, you're right. I don't think we did try it with the thingy in. Because it should come out as... This comes out as 1, 3, 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. Oh, sorry. 1, 6, 5, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't it? This is like 50 quid. This is 50 quid? Really? Jesus Christ. Is that like a special offer or something? How is it not? Okay, hold on. Maybe I just goofed up here. Maybe I needed to put the thing in. Yeah, it has got magnets in this. That's with all the pieces in. Not that. What's that like? 3. Square. 6. What do I call that? Stars. What if you had to pull out the arrow? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me try... No, because that then doesn't relate to the fact that it's give us this order. That's the pain in the arse. That does not relate to the order of symbols they've given us here. And there's no way when these are in that these levers move. I haven't actually tried that. There's no way, right? There's no fucking way that's what happens here. Why not? I actually don't know why not. Hold on. That could be the case. Alright, hang on. Circle 1. Clover is 2. Hourglass is 3. Stars is 4. 5 is flower. 6 is square. And that pops that out. Oh, you think we're putting them in the wrong order? I mean, possibly. Let me get our numbers correct. Stars is there. Oh, don't lose that. We need that. Well, if the arrows tell you the order, so really the levels are showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you need to reverse the order of the final 3. I mean, you can see that, right? Maybe. Hey, Baloney. Hey, Blaney. Baloney. Yeah, we got a POE live stream coming up shortly. Could be. If these are opposites of each other, it could be. It bothers me a little bit, though, as to what these symbol purposes are in here, unless it's just a case of find these to find the order. Like, we can ignore these inside here and just go with this. So, circle and square. Right? So opposites of each other should be circle and square, which is 1 and 6. Those should be opposites of each other. And then clover and flower, 2 and 5. Okay. And the last one is hourglass and stars, which is 3 and 4. Nah, man, fuck. These don't move while they're in. Fucker. Maybe. I mean, this is the order. I'm just not interpreting it right. I imagine one of you is correct. I just don't know which one. And I now don't know which one we put fucking where. 1 was circle. 6 was square. And then it was clover, which was 2. And then it was flour, which was 5. Fucker. No, I'm not trying to brute force it. Alright, let's see what it says. Did you find very similar looking shapes on the side with the 2 vertical acrylic bars in the middle and the 6 sliders next to them side B? Yes, we did. Can you make the 2 vertical acrylic bars in the middle light up? Yes. Did you press more than 1 slider up at once? What? Oh my god! Okay.
Hello, Preach. It's me, the rat.
This is the lock-picking lawyer. Have you tried jiggling the thingy-mabob and then shaking the doohickey? Clown.
What is this puzzle? Jonathan Rogers. A word. Wait, I did this before. Okay, we can get one side to light up. Oh, and then that lights up. Well, what do we do with this now, man? What do we do with this information? All right. So... I don't... What the fuck? So 1 and 4 are a pair? Is that what you're saying? Right, 1 and 4 light that up. 1 and 6 also light that up. 1 and 5 light that one up. Yeah, this is weights. I am going to need a pen and paper. Oh my god. You have to, like, check the math. So it's saying 6 is heavier than 1. But 5 is greater than 1. 4 is less than 1. 6 is less than 1. 5 is greater than 1. What the hell, dude? Oh my god. Alright, I'm glad nobody guessed that because I don't feel like a complete frigging moron right now, but that is like... That's nutty. Alright, so we now need a new order. Oh, you solved it already, Isaac. Alright, good. Okay. Alright, let's do the math on this. 6 is less than 1. Dude, I can't even reach my keyboard with this setup. Hold on. Alright. Okay. If commands. 6 is less than 1. No, 1 is less than 6. What am I saying? He's talking shit now. And my brain is already fried. Right, 1 is less than 6. 1 is greater than 5. So it's going to take me an hour to keep winding this damn thing. 1 is less than 4. Alright, do we only have to do one side each?
Hands.
We do, okay.
Are we the baddies?
Hello, Mike.
2 is
Jonathan
less than
Rogers
6.
Here. I just popped over to see how you were doing. but didn't realize you only started the puzzle 5 minutes ago. Wait, what? It has been 90 minutes.
Isaac, shut up.
Clown.
Okay, 2 is greater than 5. Two is also greater than 4. Drew Fire, this thing is not a joke. I thought this was like a fun marketing puzzle. Hoo-hoo, streamers do this. Nope. Okay, 3 is less than 6. 3 is less than 5. And 3 is less than 4. All right. Now, given this information, let me fabricate an order here. Okay.
Message for you, sir.
Okay, 6 has to be the last one.
So I'm guessing we are putting the symbols in an order now.
There's
Lightest to
nothing greater than
and then
6.
we match up the numbers that way. Lightest symbol is the lightest weight, etc.
I think so. Right, there's nothing greater than 6. Okay, 1 is greater than 5, but 2 is also greater than 5. But 3 is less than 5. 3 is less than everything, so we start with 3. 3 is less than everything. 1 and 2 are greater than 5. But we don't know which order goes in there. So 5 is mid. 2 is greater than 4. But 1 is less than 4. Okay. So 3... 2 is greater than 5. 2 is also greater than 4. But 1 is less than 4. Okay. So 5, 1, 4. Yeah? Leaving 2. So that means 2 is less than 6. No, 2 is greater than 5. And also greater than 4. So is 2 the second to last? 2 is only less than 6. Alright, 1 is less than 6. True. 1 is greater than 5. True. 1 is less than 4. True. 2 is less than 6. True. 2 is greater than 5. True. 2 is greater than 4. True. 3 is less than everything. So I've got an order here. 3, 5, 1, 4, 2, 6. That meets all conditions that we have here. Yeah? Right, how the fuck do we put them into the damn thing now? Okay. Yeah, 2 is greater than 5. Let's double check that, but I believe 2 is greater than 5. 2 is greater than 5. Yeah. Okay, so my first idea is then 3, 5, 1, 4, 2, 6 equates back to the symbols, which is hourglass, flower, and we go left to right. Basic stuff, right? So 3 is hourglass. Right? Hourglass clover. Hourglass flower. Circle. Now, how do we put these in now? Yeah, now I've got a... Yeah, hourglass is lightest. So now our math doesn't check out, so we need to swap this. Hang on. Hang on. I've fucking confused myself at this point. I'm full lost. I'm full lost. Right, we've got an order that they go in. Well, which weights do these now equate to? I'm fucking full. I'm full fried now. Yeah, 3 goes first, and... But is 3 now hourglass? 3 is hourglass in this order from left to right. That's where we got that from. So hourglass, what we're saying is hourglass... it should be hourglass, flower, circle. But are we doing this way? Alright. So what we're saying is...
And tumble in glorious chaos.
Oh,
Step right up and watch as a clown is confused by maths.
it's not maths, fucker. It's about which way they go in. Now we've got these systems, okay? Which way do we put them in? And get them right. Like, especially mixing in these arrows here, but I think that's just to equate which way we go in. That's all. Okay. So, like, is it about the order we're putting them in? Does that matter? Like, whether we put lightest is... Are we saying lightest goes in hourglass? I think that's what we're saying here. Lightest will go in hourglass. And then... Next lightest will go in flower. And then next lightest will go in circle. And then next lightest will go in stars. And then next lightest will go in flower. And then next lightest will go in square. Oh, the heaviest, whatever you want to say. Fuck you, man. Ah! Do I have to take out the... Let's make sure they're all in. They are all in. We've got to be close, right? Let's take this out. Does that matter? Does it allow these to move in any way? No. Does it allow this to move? Yeah, the weights are in the right order. We've checked them a few times. Does this open something else? I mean, this puzzle's so convoluted. It's possible that putting them in just leads to a next piece of the pie. Dude, if I start reversing these, there's no coming back from the despair room. Yeah, we did lightest first. I did the weights assigned to the symbols in the order they appeared, right? That's what I did. So, like, the order we got from this was... 351426, right? 351426. So if 3 is the hourglass, which it is, I put the hourglass with the lightest one. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? Because hourglass goes first based on the order that we did with the little maths work here. So 3 is the hourglass. Yeah? 3 is the hourglass, so I put hourglass into the lightest one. That's what I did. But we don't think that's correct. 5 flower. Uh, 3, 5, 1, which was the circle. Where's circle? Let's get these back in the right order. 3, 5, 1, 4 is stars. 4 is stars, 5 is flower. No, 2, which is clover. Clover there. I really think we are close. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be something to do with that. We have an order of events. Shall we just... Let me just, for sanity's sake, check we haven't fucked the weights up. Oh, the announcement's starting soon, man. Fuck! I need more time. The dude gave up after 9 hours. Yeah, I don't blame him.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Hey Mike,
correct.
it's me the puzzle box. Get wrecked.
I'm just checking we have got our weights right. Like, it'd really screw it up if our weights were wrong. Our weights are wrong. Oh, my weights are wrong anyway. That is incorrect. Hold on, hold on. This is a good sign, though. It means we might have this solution. We just, at some point, the weights got muddled. This is actually a good sign. You're heavier than that one. Powerful, 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 legendary.
Clown.
It's okay Mike, you have all of Warhammer Summer to finish it, D.
Nope, that's correct. That's correct. I think we just had 4 and 5 mixed up. Or I had. Well, you guys won't take any responsibility for anything outside of victory. Okay, those are now correct. I think we should put them back in. Right. Hourglass lightest. That's number 1. Let's check this again. Hourglass is the lightest one. In you go. Flower is next lightest. That one. Circle is next. Stars is next. Please work. Clover is next. And then square. Oh! Thank fucking Christ! Holy shit, it moved! Oh, baby! Oh my... What does that do? We've unlocked a side. Okay. Ooh, now we got droppy boys. Okay, now we got droppers. We got droppers now. Okay. We have droppy boys. All right. Okay. Are they locked in? They're not locked in. Okay, interesting enough they're not locked in. Okay, so now we've got to set these at specific values. Right, they have symbols underneath them. Okay. So... Alright, we've got positives and negatives. So is this just a math puzzle? They all start at 0. At this junction... Right, let's... I don't know if you guys can see... that symbol. You see it? It's like a thorn. So that's here. This thorn. So if we follow the thorn... It's positive... It kind of goes off screen for a bit. So do we say that's +1, the thorn here? Just how many times it appears? It feels like we should follow the branch, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4 positives. 5 positives. Yeah? And then 1 negative, bringing it back down to 4. But this only goes to 2, so it can't be that. Now, how do we lock them in place? Say we wanted that to be at 2. We have a thing. We have a thing. We have a clear plastic thingy. It has 2 hooks built into it. Does this hook on to something? Bro, this thing's gonna keep me occupied for a lifetime. It's got 2 pinholes. It looks like it can hook onto something. Yeah, 2 pinholes and an arrow up. Assume that doesn't move? No. I don't know whether that's just to hold it in place. Could be. Right, let me put that there. Right, the POE announcements in a minute. I'm glad we got one side solved. Let me have a pee before we go POE. Let's restore to normality for a sec and get set up here. not saying it won't return, but frig me, that thing is hard. I'm trying, Mitch, man. I'm trying, but that puzzle box... I'm going to bring that for you, Mitch. Not the next Race to World first. But, I'm going to bring that fucking box for you, Mitch. You can play with it. You can have the Valdos. Ah, hypers! I don't know if I can put the box back correctly. Hold on. Would you like a Valdo's puzzle box, bitch? There is full hints on how to solve it. They wanted it to be solved. They absolutely wanted it to be solved. So you can follow the guide and do it correctly. I will say I was woefully unprepared for just how complex it was going to be. I certainly went in under the assumption that like one of the sides was the side, and not that like that side was also this side and that side as well. That was something I did not even consider. So I guess again, coming in with there's something inside it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it is. Yeah. Thanks, man. Oh, yep. All sorted. Right, what's new? We had mounts last time, so what the frig else is there? Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Smile! I'm hyped too, and we got treasure maps tomorrow, and we've got Rogue Trader starting on Monday.
Hey Mike, Pinhead here.
Oh, I have to mute
I
you.
can't believe the one box I was in they gave to you. I'm going to fucking die in here, aren't I?
No, you're
Clown.
not. Right, I'm muting you guys. You get muted. Get muted. Get muted. Here we go. I hope we get to see some more badass bosses, man. This game is all about the bosses. They're so good.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember,
Full cutscene.
Call for help.
Oh, this is going to be brutal.
Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Is this the first full rendered cutscene they've ever done?
Sullen!
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword.
Yeah, drops her on, gamers. Drops her on.
Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No. It's not.
Yo, you need more mana regen.
Run.
Yeah, that guy needs phasing.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Oh, it's the puzzle box! No! It's got an hourglass on it.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Dude just unleashed hentai across the world? That was almost Diablo 4 level stuff. GG's, dudes. That was almost Diablo 4 level stuff. That was pretty good. Hi, Jonathan.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
No offense to Diablo 4, but POE 2 is gonna fucking wreck it.
Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
Oh, that was gross.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
See, I liked the caster. No one else did. That boss is awesome, the Devourer. I hope they haven't nerfed it, but I think they are going to nerf the Devourer. Nom 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 nom.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
The Atlas is badass looking. Oh, that's beautiful. Despair. Breach. Oh no.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted.
I hope
with
they
it.
changed the Wells idea. I didn't like the Wells.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced POE 2.
Flicker's
And over
different
that
in
time,
POE
we've
2,
revealed a lot,
Sag.
but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This
No
is going to be a
shit.
big one, so get comfortable.
I'm settled, dude.
For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more.
Oh, that lady's
the
a
dead
badass.
are rising. Monsters
Fuck
are mutating,
that boss, by the
and
way.
madness is spreading.
I killed it, but
Under
fuck
the
that
dark
boss.
influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of POE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the
No, dude!
Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an
No! What are you doing?
ancient Val city. There are challenging
Oh,
monsters,
come on!
hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
It's not my
On the way,
connection.
you'll face
It's the
fearsome
stream.
monsters, meet
YouTube's
strange
not got anything.
characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover
Yeah,
lost
it's the official stream.
civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee
Let me
fighter.
try a refresh.
He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up.
Yeah,
and
yeah, you
keeping
can see
momentum.
F.
Like
It's
all
the whole
classes
stream.
in POE 2, you'll
They'll
want to
fix
use
it.
a
They'll
wide
fix it.
variety
They
of
might turn
skills
it
to
off and
mix match
restart. I wouldn't be surprised to see a restart stream here.
different combos.
It's not on YouTube, no. At least not
To
on the
get
main
new
Path of
skills,
Exile
you'll
channel.
first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE 2. You can choose an existing.
There it is. Yeah. Don't fuck this up. Hold. Hold. I can already see Mitch and Sam smashing the place up. Fuck, dude! It's 160,000 views in there. Everyone's trying to fucking play the video. Fix it. Fucking New Zealand internet shambles. Oh. Oh shit, you can check if you have early access. Yeah, Path of Exile 2 is going to be free to play. Yes, sir. Mitch has just sent me, you can see his. I don't even know if I'm logged into my proper account here. This game is... the only thing I'm worried about with PoE 2, and I've said it a million times, is how PoE 1 hardcores are going to react to it. Because it is different than PoE 1. 100%. Where do I check this? Fuck, Mitch. Manage my account. PoE 2 early access. I'm not sure this is my correct account, but I'm a poor. Your account does not have access to POE 2. Bribe a friend who has a spare key or purchase now. If I solve the puzzle box, can I get in? Yeah, POE 1 and POE 2 are going side by side, because POE 2 is very different to POE 1. Yeah, bribe a friend. POE 2 is much more...
Sir,
hold.
Just what are we facing here?
Oh, we're starting again from fresh. The fast forwarding the video.
Power and tends to harness.
I love it. Fucking grinding gear in this
there
shit,
are 21
dude.
active skills for
Fuck
quarter
it, just
staves,
fast forward.
So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of
Yeah, we
POE
saw
2.
this. Keep going, keep going.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert.
Dude, I cannot tell you,
and
although that
delve
looks
into
like
the jungle
Caelid, by
ruins
the way.
of Exile, an ancient Val city.
When you go to like their closed events
There are
and deal with the devs
challenging monsters,
directly, they're just a bunch of
hidden
gamers.
rooms, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
Cool.
The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Show us.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you.
I do.
He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Animation cancel, baby.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
This is
the
free.
Warrior can
Yep,
also
this game
use
is
war
free.
cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In POE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
This took them ages to implement.
Some
They had
enemies
to go back
also
and
have
redo all the
unblockable
animations.
attacks, which are indicated by this red flag.
It was a last-minute
If you see
decision
one
to
of
add
these
blocking
coming,
like that.
make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In POE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
Pussy.
Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting
I might
plants.
play ranged.
With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In POE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm.
No more piano.
When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter.
It's really good, by the way.
With a crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
You're still a
Use
pussy if you
Glacial
play
Bolt
this.
to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic.
Here come the boys!
Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends.
More friends.
And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions.
Yes!
But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation
This is what I might
on
play.
her foes.
This was my most fun.
This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others.
Yeah, the combos were
different
ridiculously fun.
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these.
It's so fun.
There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Oh, here we go. Now it's going to get weird.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Yeah, no more socket
Now,
colours.
if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Nom, 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 nom,
There
nom.
are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on it. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
Correct.
You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here.
It's not that scary.
Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Does it still get excessive, though, when you're high level? Jonathan?
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes.
Jonathan?
In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Yeah! Boom boom!
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some
Off
pierce chance to
terrain?
make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any
Just pick and
attribute that your
choose.
gear
That's
might
so
need.
good.
You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Ah! I saw
In addition to
20,000 gold then,
notables,
though.
You will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Ah! You motherfucker!
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
The POBs is
if you want to
shambles.
stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression.
Is this the
items.
Diablo 4 expansion?
That's why we're all here, right?
It wishes.
Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1,
Fuck yeah, dude.
so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Oh!
Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Sweet!
Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
You don't need 6-slot gear anymore because your skills go in a different menu.
And you'll get a random item
Slots
of a
are no longer
type.
for skills in
This could be a
PoE
great
2.
way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Cool.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
Meow, 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 meow.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character.
Not again.
Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely.
Starting at Act 2.
They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock.
Yeah,
Make
12 classes with 3
skill.
subclasses each, correct.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
Alter time, baby!
Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
Where's Titan's grip?
Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
I did not enjoy playing that though. I have played that. I didn't have fun. It was too slow.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Pathfinder was goated during POE 2
allows her to
testing.
spread poisons between her foes.
Or Flask Finder. Wellfinder we called it in LA.
They can be infected by.
Wellfinder build.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Doggy!
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Doggy!
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
You go bald and have a thing put on your head?
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage.
I use the darkness.
The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
That's kind of cool.
The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge,
Merc looks
Jury,
really
and
fun,
Executioner,
dude.
your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage.
What the
if you're
fuck?
Lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
30%!
And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
That sounds broken AF.
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet
Jonathan
is how
plays
you ascend
Merc.
in the first place.
Don't, come on now.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the great trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room.
Oh, kill monsters?
Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas.
But I play warrior, I smock. I don't dodge.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
There it is, dude.
Which challenges would you like to face?
There it is.
And which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor.
This looks fine for like when you're geared. If you need to come back here, you can probably storm it. I think this is fine.
Which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I prefer this than lab, than just running through the maze.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests.
I guess it depends if you always got the map to lab before you went
Let's
in.
Use the
So you were in there for like 20
Your
seconds.
first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension.
Hold.
Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend.
Hold.
If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full
I think
release.
you get a choice. You can do it Sanctum style,
While
lab
exploring
style,
the Vaal
maybe.
jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos.
Chaos.
Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness.
All the
Most have
mechanics in
perished.
his
Will you be able to defy
things.
the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
I hope the last one is
we'll
Legion.
Be picking shocking
That'd
turrets.
be fun.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Get fucked. I'd be alright with Delve. I really enjoy Delve. I have a great time with Delve.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk.
What are you, a pussy?
Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
Delving is big comfy. Delving's great.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend.
Oh, I
to
hate
attack
that though. I'm not a fan of that.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekhmers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Okay.
So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough Endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in POE 2, people don't feel that way.
Oh, get fucked.
And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of POE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in Endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on Endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content.
Oh shit.
At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame?
That's fair.
To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own
why don't you
progression
balance
system,
your audio between
areas,
interviews? Fuckers.
bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas,
and
it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it.
Oh, it's just like a Game of Thrones
In the center of
intro.
the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time.
I don't know what he means by
Here,
infinite.
we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
DPS
the
go
monster
zoom.
packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities.
That did see a lot
Depending on which
like
combinations
Flicker.
you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Get wrecked!
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased
you don't just click them
experience
anymore.
or help you find better
I guess they want to
items.
stop people just running
You
in
can
and clicking a
also
bunch of
find
shrines.
strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Is this going to blow up and kill him? It's going to detonate all the corpses, maybe?
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items
Yeah, I'm
with
glad
a
that's not
guaranteed mod
changing.
from a
I like
category.
that. Always like that system.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Sweet.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
That's fucking cool. That's really cool.
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your
Regal and
currency
deterministic.
items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree.
Yeah.
This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Juice.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes.
How big is this Atlas?
As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have
Infinite
specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later.
I mean, that's
you might
temple,
find unique
right?
maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free.
Oh.
In addition, you can find special areas that would make
He's
a good
always gonna
spot
give
to
the
set
shit
up camp.
ones.
Clear
Yeah,
these areas
nameless
of their
sea
hostile
plays.
inhabitants,
Alright,
and you'll be
sure,
able to
dude.
claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious
Ubisoft!
precursor constructs are
Fuck
dotted
yeah!
around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content.
Sweet.
We will be showing
Profiles,
you 7
baby.
of these by the end of this presentation,
Loadouts,
so there is
bitch.
still a lot more to come.
You guys weren't planning on
Bosses are
playing
not
another
the
game
only
this year,
icon
right?
you will see on the Atlas.
Or next year.
Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If you played POE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For POE 2, we have created sequels to several POE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
I mean, assume these
in
are
addition,
permanent.
like all items in POE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon
Corruption's still
hordes.
gotta be there.
In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Zesht.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies true.
This is pretty deep endgame stuff. Most people won't see this for a long time. The average player, anyway. Mega nerds will, but don't worry about this stuff. This is really not your concern right now.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of POE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards.
Turn it
The
up.
small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while
It's
the
another
large nodes
tree,
have
but
more
you're
specific
doubling down on the
bonuses.
thing you like,
For example,
right?
this node
Breach
adds
leads
more
to more
class
breach,
pans
which
to your
leads to
breaches,
big bosses,
and
which
adds a
leads
pack
to
of
boosting
magic monsters
breach.
that can guard them.
If you like
Get
breach,
some
this
more
is great.
points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with
That's
a
the whole
mysterious
point. You
debuff.
can quadruple
In
to
order
triple
earn
down
more
on the
points,
content you
will need
enjoy
to
the
defeat
most.
Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breakfast. Ritual altars are
Rituals suck.
sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars.
I'm not a fan of ritual.
Ritual
you know.
altars demand tribute.
People love
Every
ritual.
monster
I'm not
you
a big
slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King
That
of the
animation
Mist's
is
dark
dope.
magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it.
So this will
By
drop
the end of an
ritual
area, you'll
tablets
be
as well,
fighting
I
a
guess,
truly
right?
imposing number
So
of
you can add
foes,
more
but
rituals
will
to the
have a
area and so on,
significant
same as
amount of
Breach.
tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes?
Oh, that's
This
cool.
omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
That's cool.
Now, don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals.
Yep.
If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding.
There you go.
The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity
Now,
has
Dali
taken
I
a
like.
special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life.
Dali
When you
I
touch
like.
a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out
Imagine
of them
taking
to
your
unleash
time in
powerful
delirium.
attacks on you.
Coward.
The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive
Is this
point
how we
for free
unite now?
attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled
Blight
emotions
gone?
can
'Cause
also
I'm
be
okay
used
with
to
that.
instill
Fuck
your
Blight.
in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards,
Okay.
allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
I'm not a Blight
Speaking
fan.
of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue
Yeah, if you're
on,
confused by
facing
what they're
up against
talking
even
about,
tougher foes
don't
from
be.
the mist.
These are
The
just
bosses
things
you will
you'll run
face as
into
you get
naturally
deeper
while
into a
playing, and
simulacrum
you'll
are
essentially
truly
just be like,
terrifying.
I prefer that thing than
If
that
you can
thing.
complete a simulacrum,
You could just
will
like
gain points for
specialize
the
by doing
delirium
that
section
thing
of
and
the
doing more
Atlas
of
skill
it.
tree.
That's all they're saying. It sounds complicated, but they're
Next
literally
up, we
saying
have Expedition.
there's a whole bunch of shit. There's expeditions,
Occasionally,
ritual,
while clearing
and when you're like,
corruption,
oh,
you
I
will
really like
encounter
that
these
one,
Kalguran settlers.
you just double down on that one.
Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites.
But you
with
can double
lost
down in multiple if
Verisium
you want to as well.
artifacts, and they want
You
you
don't
to
have to,
help
like,
dig them up
I can only do
with
one. That's not the case.
explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible.
You haven't seen
There
Delve
is
yet.
just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
Any Expedition fans out there? Anybody brick their entire life in one big giant bomb?
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin,
Nothing better than
and
making
Gwynedd
them obviously
will
immune to
exchange
your only
the
type of
artifacts
damage.
for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find.
Dude, I do not have the
Eventually, you
patience
might
to do a good
discover
expedition
logbook.
map.
These are special maps full of buried treasure and
too much
relics.
reading, dude.
Essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants.
Look at all
But
them
be careful,
fucking things.
many remnants have mods that can really brick your build,
Yeah.
so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So
that
those
Fume
are the
Knight?
in-game systems on the Atlas.
Yeah,
but
I
we
thought
are
it was
not done
cutscene
yet.
guy off Fume
The
Knight.
trials we talked about earlier have much more content
No
when you
Delve.
get to Endgame 2. Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Some people fucking love lab. I loved lab at first, but then I did it a lot.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally.
No, if you've never
This
played
jewel
this,
gives
you
lightning
do not
damage
need to
and
do
shock
all
chance,
these
for
things to
example.
get the currency.
There are
The
quite
idea
a
is
few
to
jewel
trade.
sockets on the tree,
Some people
so
love
it's
one,
possible to gain a
other
lot
people
of
love the
power
other.
here.
And
There
you
are
trade,
also
because
other
you have
types of
more
jewels
than
that
the other
don't
guy of
provide
the other
any
thing.
bonuses themselves.
Trading's a big
but
part of
affect
POE.
other passives surrounding
It's
them.
considered
This
pretty
jewel
hardcore
increases
to
the
do
effect of small
only
nodes
finding
and
shit
radius
yourself.
by 25%.
Hey, Willow,
With
how you
careful
doing?
placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself.
Yeah, solo self-found isn't
In
really
order to
recommended.
push further into the
I
trial
did it, but
and
it's a dumb
uncover
thing
the
to
secrets
do.
of the
But I'm a
Marrakech,
streamer,
you will
so there
want
you
to
go.
take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as
Sebby.
you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For
No
example,
mention of heist
this
yet.
is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Fuck that.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it.
I
The
agree,
Trial
Sebby.
Master will tempt you with items of
Someone
the Val
builds it for
Empire,
pussies.
such as Val Orbs.
Well said.
Val
glad
Orbs
we
are
agree.
powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes.
Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment.
It might.
Or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers.
It might.
Vile Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have.
Sure.
A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
It might.
Vile Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well.
It might.
The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vile sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization.
No poof?
Soul cores
Just
are
half
powerful
value?
socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time.
It's literally down.
Is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for POE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge.
Fuck yeah, there is.
Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing POE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free.
Sick!
Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to POE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions.
I haven't had my key yet. I don't think they've been sent out
even
yet.
Physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in POE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself.
Bucks.
There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbar boss found in the hunting grounds.
I felt it was
this
value.
One look
I
so
spent a
vicious,
lot
though.
of money upgrading our guild.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-Hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout
The game
statues.
is totally free. You buy microtransactions. The entire game is supported on
Path of Exile 1's
microtransactions for
closed
cosmetics.
beta, each pack contained
And
a
some
true New
bank
Zealand
upgrades
icon,
and shit.
the Kiwi.
Yeah, stash
Following this
tabs I would
tradition,
say
all
are a
packs in this
requirement.
series will also
And they're
contain a
usually
new
on
themed
discount,
Kiwi
like
pet.
$7, $8
The pet
or some
will
shit
loyally
stupid.
follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
If you think this entire
Become
game
the ruler of the desert with the king of the Faradin
based on
supporter
what you've
pack.
seen so far, and then
Show
you
your
go,
mastery of traversing the sands of the
what? I have
Vasteri
to buy
plains.
some bank tabs.
The body armor will allow you to glide along the
Shit
ground
game.
with
I
ancient
think
sand
you're being a bit
magic.
unreasonable.
Now each armor
You can
set
play
comes
this game
with
for
body armor,
1,000 hours
boots,
before you spend
gloves,
any
and
money.
helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in
I
a
was
powerful
fine without
blast
stash
while in
tabs
town,
through my first
and hover
playthrough.
in a circle
I
around
don't think you need to
arcing
pay for
lightning
anything on
between
your
them,
first
forming a
playthrough
barrier
at
of
all.
energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin.
Ew.
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradin,
correct. I
then
spent
you
money because I
definitely
like
need
the
your
game.
trusty
That's-
moving entire
I wanted
city
some of the
fortress
mods.
known as the
I wanted some
Dreadnought
of the stash
to travel
tabs.
across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1.
That's cool.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once
They
used
haven't
by
even brought up
Doryani,
mounts yet.
and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did.
There's mounts, yeah.
Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi
You
pet.
spent $700 and now I
and the
feel
Statue
bad.
of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt.
Where do I
But
check
if you
how
don't
much
want
I've
one,
spent?
You can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store.
Maybe I don't
Becoming
reach
a
500.
warlord of the
That's
Kardui
without
supporter will
streamer
grant you an
privilege.
armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Kardui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Kardui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Marta will summon a giant canoe manned by Kardui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
Oh, this is totally not my account.
Start somewhere.
I'm logged into some temporary account.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins.
This is not my
Equip
account.
Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to
This
your
is some
one-handed
account.
or
This is some
two-handed
account that
maces.
GGG sent me.
A true Kardui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful Exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the Exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary.
Ooh!
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in POE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in POE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support.
I mean, it's permanently in the game at that point,
Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Okay, I think I found it. Transaction history. All right.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A.
Oh, why is the lip
I
sync?
hope you all enjoyed what you've seen
got
so
delay.
far. It's been pretty exciting.
Help. All right. That is one of the wackiest game announcements ever. Let's see what they talk about this Infinite
and Mark to
aspect.
talk about
really
everything
curious.
you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a
I think you overwhelmed a lot of the non-POE players, at least
I
from my chat.
I come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core POE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure. Look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content.
If you didn't know what any of it meant, you really have nothing to worry about. A lot of these don't focus down endgame.
So if we didn't have
like
that when we entered endgame, then I don't
100 hours in.
That wouldn't be a Path of Exile
nothing you need to worry about for starting.
So that's kind of what we have to make sure.
Don't worry,
of.
if you're
kind
new,
of said, okay, well, like what is the minimum number
I think this is important.
In-game things you need to be able
if you're new to POE 2, I like just the gameplay looks interesting. We will have a guild which always is okay with new player questions. It's totally fine. Absolutely fine. You're going to fuck up. You're going to break your build. It's all fine. It's not a problem. We're all going to do it, especially in a new game. We will have a community guild set up.
Hold on.
It's all fine.
That's
we do it every time. The community guild is always there. And you're fine to ask questions and shit. It's so fine. What are the points of the supporter packs? The points are on something you can get, which you can then spend on other shit you might want instead of spending more money.
Because it's like we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say,
I think USA
we're
can
going
be
to
in it
specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on.
If you're playing on the same server, right? You get to choose your server
it's like
when you
pins
come
down
in.
everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure.
Yeah, there's no regions or anything.
Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole environment.
I spent most of my money upgrading the guild slots. Our guild's pretty huge.
Something else now, so
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers.
That was what I got.
A lot of our
that's what I bought a lot of my
working on
points
this
for to
campaign
expand our guild.
What is it now? 6 years.
I think it's even longer. Actually,
yeah, it's like just this epic journey. Whereas none of them
you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole
Yeah,
time.
it's super deep, but
some of
you
us
don't need
are
to
like,
worry
you know,
about a lot of that
we're
stuff.
just
Uber
churning out
bosses,
Endgame
Pinnacle.
with
I've
every
never
league
killed an
and
Uber
doing all
boss.
of that,
That
but
was
for a
one
lot
of
of
our
these
little
people, a
missions
lot of
last
these
time.
developers,
We didn't
yeah,
have
it was
time for it.
quite jarring
I've
to
never
swap
killed an
over,
Uber
but
boss. I've got a few Uber
everyone
hours in the
embraced
game.
it.
Never
You
killed
know,
an Uber
we
boss.
talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just
I
ended
imagine
up
the
coming
guilds
out
might
awesome,
be cross
I think it's
cross
landed well,
game.
and
We'll
it
have to see on that. I'm
definitely
not sure.
Kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive
Yeah.
here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to Endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing.
Yeah, so probably. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll get people in.
Like if you're not competing with yourself,
Ultimately,
then,
if it's a case of like, hey, we're all playing and we need
spots
spots in the guild, I will just buy more slots.
For beta even.
It's fine.
Absolutely.
Well, it's fine.
I just think it would not have landed nearly as well.
GGG has spent more than enough
without
money
that,
on
and I
me
think,
flying me to like New
important that
Zealand
our
and
Path of
shit
Exile
and to
1
Los
community
Angeles.
feels like they're also
It's
served.
fine.
Like, yeah, sure, we're
We'll
doing all
get
stuff for
a
new
bigger
players,
guild.
and that's really
It's
important,
all
and that'll
good.
expand the audience. But you know,
It's
if,
not
if
a
we
problem.
launched and all the POE 1 players are unhappy,
there's people in the guild
that
who are
wouldn't be
already
good.
there, ready to do
So
this.
you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like. You know,
Do we know if
they've got a game
POE
for
2 has
both
its own
them and for all
standalone
the new
launch
players
like
we hope
POE
to,
1?
bring
I
them
believe
on.
so. It's a totally
And
separate game.
You definitely want all those different axes as well.
I would
like,
imagine
just
so.
having two, right? You'll get a lot of.
I don't know what the default guild space is, but we've
immediately
expanded it
divisive,
multiple
right?
times.
Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right?
Let me
And
grab a
so
drink.
you
I'll
have
be back in
all
one
of
sec.
these
Don't
different
go away.
avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, POE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, POE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when POE 2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those.
Well, they're chatting away. Let me. He's going to talk about some kind of serious things and serious features. I just wanted to clarify, because some people got very overwhelmed with the Atlas and stuff. In fact, can we go back through the VOD a little bit?
It's
I think it might be
honestly,
worthwhile considering what we've just seen.
A battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and POE 1
what is
did
this?
them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills.
Oh, it's the section.
And I remember very, very, very early on in POE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable, and
it's
a thing.
unlisted.
It's just like dies in 2 seconds.
I want to go back through the VOD.
Heavy strike.
Yeah, it should. I mean, what's Co?
2 seconds, and he uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And
right, GG Live official. Is it still unlisted?
I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. And but
there we go.
Of course.
We got that. Come on. Twitch player, please. This is why we stream on YouTube. Twitch, come on, man. I've been dicked. I've been absolutely dicked. Please. I beg. I've lost my Twitch chat as well. Come on, baby. Don't give me Francoface Z stuff. There we go. Oh, almost. I heard noise. Hold. There's no way I've got too many things open, is there? Please. Anyway, while this is loading, I can explain it anyway. So a lot of people were getting overwhelmed when it started getting into the endgame stuff. What's going to happen if you've not played this before is it's going to like introduce you while you're leveling to odd bits of stuff like ritual, right? One of the places you'll go during the campaign early on will have ritual in it. And when that happens, you will just take part in a very mini version of ritual just to show you what it's like. And then you'll bump into it like a few times while you're playing. Oh, now it's on.
You hear the whispers. What do you... Fireballs, ice... On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have
Can I now have my
permanent
chat back,
boosts,
please?
and others have powerful items.
All right, so yeah, you'll bump into this whole tablets thing. There's nothing you should be really worried about, right? This is going to be a case of you'll bump into these things wherever it was here, right? You'll bump into ritual, and you'll try it out, and it'll be fine. These are the uncut gems, and you'll be like, "Oh, I don't like this," or "I like this," or "I don't mind this," right? One of those things will happen. Pretty simple stuff. Pretty simple stuff. One of those things will happen. You'll be like, "Oh, this is okay," or "I really don't like this." Like Expedition is this one. I'm terrible at this because I'm impatient as fuck. Because the way this works...
Just one problem.
...is there's tons and tons of these things around. So in the first one, there might be like 6 of them. Maybe 8. And then as it goes on, there'll be a few more. And all you do here is you put a bomb with a radius around it. And with that if these things with this totem here, right? This little column, it gets blown up. And you choose where you drop the bomb, you put them down, it will give the monsters this. Monsters are immune to fire damage. So if you're like me, and reading is the worst thing in the world, and you play a fire mage, this is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. Because now all the monsters are immune to fire damage. Right? They're all immune to fire damage, and... yeah. So I tend to avoid Expedition, even though I enjoy it, because I can't be arsed reading all the modifiers. And in fact, what happens in... you can then unlock, as it said, if you really like Expedition, you'll get things like logbooks, where you get a special map that has like loads and loads and loads of them, and you get to drop considerably more bombs and make mega things. You can also upgrade your Atlas, because you really like it, to drop mega bombs that'll do loads of AoE and blow up tons of them. That's what we were laughing about with bricking your map, which means you literally can't do it. Because you just blew everything up, you didn't look at what it did, and you couldn't be arsed reading everything. And if you can watch a couple of the POE videos that are focused on Expedition, and you'll actually see the list of modifiers for the map goes past the screen, and you can't physically see them all. And you just die. Because you give the mobs like 8,000% more critical strike damage. There's tons of them, and they're immune to the damage you do. They can't be slowed. They enfeeble you and make you weaker, and they just cut you in half, right? So maybe if you're like me, you actually don't really like Expedition, which means you're not going to use your tablets to make it so the maps have more expeditions in them and shit like that. You're just going to avoid that. That doesn't mean you can't get the stuff from here, because you're going to be like, oh, I prefer Ritual, right? Or I prefer this one, or I prefer that one. And so you'll focus into that, and you'll do more of the stuff you like. You know what I mean? It's all that kind of idea is the whole point of POE, because somebody else will love Expedition and they'll do Expedition all fucking day. And also, you can freely respec these things. So maybe you do want to go and do Expedition later on because you're a bit better at the game, you understand how things work, you understand how your build works, and you want to go and do those things.
Corruption has brought the
So
of their ancestors to
that's the idea. Like, you can respec this, you can refocus. Maybe you want to do Ritual early, maybe you want to do Expedition early. Expedition is traditionally really good for currency and stuff. So you see the radius? But you also want to make sure you get mobs in here. I was an idiot at first, like, and still am, is I didn't realize that, like, these little pictures of chests and things. See this? Like, you want to blow that up because it's a good chest. It's a rare chest. It's a magic chest. I just blew up the modifiers. These poles are monsters that will actually drop the things. What's the point? Like, I only realized later, because I'm a fucking moron, is that, yeah, actually, if you're going to modify the monsters that are going to spawn, it's a good idea to spawn some of the monsters as well, instead of just, like, the odd 3, whatever, that might be near the chest, and just having these mega buffed monsters of about 4 of them that have tons and tons of fucking modifiers on them. And also a very low, more monsters, more chance of dropping stuff, right? Simple as that. So don't be overwhelmed by this stuff. When they get into the Uber bosses and shit, that's way later down the line. Way, way later down the line. It's nothing you need to worry about whatsoever. You can buy in-game. Have I got POE installed right now? I don't on this PC. No, it's on my laptop at home. But yeah, you can click shop there, or you can go to the shop on the website. There you go. Yeah, go to the shop on the website. That works as well. To get all the stuff. Is it installed? Am I blind? Oh yeah, it's there. It's updating. So yeah, you can do it there as well. And have a look at stuff. I think they said it was $30. Something like that. I'm trying to buy POE2. I got this shit. A valid user ID. I just linked my accounts as well. I had two linked accounts. Didn't read because blind. I just don't like reading lots of tooltips. It's why I hate World of Warcraft trinkets so much, because they're like fucking filled to the brim with essays and shit. I just get fed up. I just can't be fucking bothered. The early access is in 2 weeks. It's early access. So early access is going to come with 3 acts of the campaign, and then a cruel version of those 3 acts, and then the end game. I don't think there is a date for full release yet, because they want people testing the end game. Like Jonathan said, and he's really into this. I've sat down with Jonathan several times. I've been to Jonathan's house. He's super passionate about it. One of the most passionate devs ever. I've said that multiple times about the GGG guys. They want to make sure they don't launch this without a massive end game, like a huge end game. So the early access is going to be just messing around with the characters and testing the end game. Is it a nice house? Yeah. It's a really nice house. Yeah, it's a very, very, very nice house. Yes, it is. But I mean, super humble. He cooked for us. He cooked for us all. It's not a mansion. No, it's not a mansion. It's very nice. It is a large house, but it's not a mansion. It's a beautiful house. It overlooks a forest in New Zealand. It's really nice. You target bosses using tablets. No. They said the tablets you put in here, and this has a radius that influences the maps around it. So if you liked Ritual, you put a Ritual tablet in here, and they can have modifiers as well, and that will add Ritual modifiers to these maps that are all located around it. And then you could double up and triple up if you want to. So you could do, if you're really into Expedition, you can put Expedition tablets in here, and put expedition tablets in this one. And that, I mean, these maps, this green, blue, and this other blue one, these will have double the modifiers because they'll overlap. Yeah. Technically, putting in ritual tablets adds rituals, so you get... Yes, correct. It's a snowballing effect. And I think that's where people got a bit confused or a bit overwhelmed. It's like, wait, this goes where? And then you get another tree. So for what they're saying is, you modify these maps. That gives you more rituals. That'll ultimately, eventually, lead to a pinnacle boss. And then you will get another tree, which means you can make that boss harder and add more modifiers because you're really doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on that resource. But you can also go a different way. Well, I wonder if it'll happen, and they might be talking about the QA now. Can you, because this map seemingly is infinite, can you make this like the ritual location? And then another area of the map is your an expedition location? Because certain maps are better for certain types of content. That's a big part of min-maxing how you want to play, is certain maps are significantly better for styles of content. So if you're like, hey, these maps are really good for getting the bosses and stuff like that, you can only do each map once. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's something like that. I wonder if it's something you'd want to do, though. Do you get the idea? Is like you find an area with like 3 or 4 towers, and they're really good, solid ritual maps to do. I don't know. Maybe you could have one map active. They definitely said you can put tablets in different towers. Maybe you can only have one tower active at a time. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Silas. Like, can you create a super juice area for yourself that you were like, okay, this is the area I like to do this in? Yeah, you can stack them. I think they said that, yeah. It's going to be wacky. Like, the amount of... you can look at some videos of... I like Empyrean's videos. Big fan of them stuff. That kind of content when they're leveling, when they do, like, multiplayer with maximum juice. It's like millions of monsters. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, the screen is so filled with monsters, the game almost crashes when they're doing certain stuff. And it has crashed in occasions with dropping the amount of loot it drops. Like, absolutely monstrous amounts of items and modifiers and things like that. Especially if you're playing characters that are buff bots. I also think that's worth mentioning. If you're not a big combat person, but you love playing multiplayer, I'm not sure how aura bots are going to work here, but you can play a character that massively, massively buffs the rest of the party. It doesn't really even take part in the combat at all. They just run around putting out huge, huge buffs, like mega damage buffs, mana regen, resistances, all that kind of stuff. And they're a big part of the game if you're playing multiplayer, is to be able to play that way. That's pretty dope as well. I see we could get a POE to count to get the drops. I'm not sure. The drops are done. They finished a while ago, actually, the drops. I think they were like 90 minutes for the presentation. So you should have your drops by now, I think. I don't have POE 2 access. I'm actually not sure if I've spent that much. Looking at it, I'm not sure. Where do you see how much you've spent? I can see my lists of transactions. Yeah, drops should be done. Depending on if you watch the whole thing. Yeah, if you like playing buffy characters, and people will be playing multiplayer, you can play an entirely dedicated buff bot and still get all the rewards. Keys are going in with the next 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah, I have to imagine. My early access is in the pummel box, maybe. But looking at the time, it's 10 p.m. I am going to go, guys, because I need to eat my dinner. I need to eat some food. All I've had is a protein shake, a protein bar, and a chicken wrap. So I am going to go and eat some food. All right? I'm going to go eat some food. But you guys have been wonderful. We might be slightly late in the morning. Maybe I'll have a sleep in. I'm not sure when I'm going to go get to bed. But usually I'm pretty okay to get up in the morning. But we'll see. All right? So good night. God bless. And I'll see you in the morning because we're going treasure mapping. It's Gamba Day tomorrow. It is Gamba Day. We are going to be gambling left gang, right gang, and hopefully getting some seriously cool weapon skins and things for people. All right? So I'll see you in the morning. Bye, guys. Remember, Rogue Trader begins on Monday. Bye-bye.